Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, I saw an interaction on Twitter this morning, and it made me. It gave me a very, very weirdly specific vibe. So let me tell you a story, okay? When I was in high school, we had a substitute teacher that was like really young for a teacher, right? He was like 23, maybe. I don't know. 22. And for some reason, the whole class started trying to convince him to dab. This was like at the height of dabbing being a thing, okay? Anyways, after like a month of convincing, eventually he gave in and he dabbed once. And then the whole class gassed him up for weeks after that. Alright, this morning I saw a Twitter interaction that gave me exactly the same feeling as I got witnessing that. Okay? And I'm not saying that the person involved is an unk, okay? But like, I can't really help the vibe I got, okay? I'm sorry. Anyways. So someone tweeted she's so fine about Nefer, and Yehuda's VA replied with this. And Sino's VA replied, agreed. And then she said he gets it, and I got the exact same vibe as when my class was gassing up the substitute teacher. I had that vibe exactly, man. That was it, dude. It felt nostalgic, how similar that vibe was, man. Anyways, moving on. Thoughts? Agreed? Agreed or not? Am I delusional or am I onto something? Agreed? Bet. Deal. Topped. Eh, it's not bad, but I feel like it's gonna be a little. It's gonna be too small, right? Like people aren't gonna understand the emote from just seeing it in chat. They won't be able to tell what's going on. Okay, what is this? Dude, what the fuck am I watching? What are these walk cancels, bro? What the fuck are the inputs for this? Do you have to mash your W button? Probably, right? Okay. Whatever. Moika got a new combo. It's not a new combo. Okay. People talk about Maoika combos with Melt, and they're like, they do combos that rely on Citlali's burst. Don't raid 7 again, he makes you look bad when he plays Maoika. Shut the fuck up. People make new combos that rely on Citlali's burst, like, application timing RNG, and call it a new Maoika combo, and, like, it's not, okay? Like, shut up. It's not a new combo. I get that you're seeing everyone coming up with new Maoika combos, and you're feeling left out, but stop it, okay? It's not a new combo. Everyone knows you can do these things. It's just fucking RNG, so stop it. Hear this correct combo? No. I don't want to. The skirt combo doesn't look fun to do. That's the biggest problem, right? Like, as much as I suck at games, I understand the fun that comes from doing a good Maoika combo. Walk cancels in general just are not combos that are fun. They're just not fun at all. Shut up, Vomfy. They're not real. Also, bro, get the fuck off of Twitter, man. Dude, I opened my timeline today to see you fucking horny posting on Twitter. Like, stop. Like, get off, man. Go outside. Listen, I'm not listening. You didn't have to do me like that. I didn't do shit. You did that to yourself, man. Is today the last day for Disturbance Outbreak, by the way? Oh. That's nice. Maybe I should have been farming Leno. Fuck. This is my punishment for not farming Leno. Goodbye, Frost Knight Hera. And hello, good artifact. Dude, that's 2 double crit 4-liners. That's kind of crazy. That's not good. That's not good. That's good. That's not good. That's good. Eh. Dude, these are low rolls of attack. That's what really sucks about this, man. That's fine. That's good. That's alright. That's good. That's good. Alright, I'll take that. Damn, okay. Well, I'm not complaining about my RNG today, I guess. These are alright, you know? Put your I know on Enka. Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Damn. Alright. You didn't have to say it like that, man. Is the Never Post release done? Yeah. We're posting that today. What's more fucked up is you only called me out because I brought up Mawika combos. That'll teach you to bring up Mawika combos. You know, you like, you don't listen when I ask nicely. I'll beat it into you. All right? I'll beat it into you. That's right. I'm not afraid. Bro, how many times runes exploration field-wise? Like, I get it, man. Bro, hello? No. Oh yeah, you're right. Flynn's is muted. GG. You should make a Malika combo that includes pressing the J button. Did you know that you could actually book instead of going hands-off driving for the hands-off driving combo? Because, like, the outcome of doing the hands-off driving thing is the same as what happens when you book a charge attack from a Claymore user. Of, like, well, having your charge attack happen without requiring any inputs. I suggested that when you were trying it. Did you? Maybe you did, bro. I don't know. Why do you mute the voice acting? I was recording a video yesterday and I forgot to turn it back on. Oops. This is so funny. It is a funny joke. Yeah, I saw that. It actually got me. Like, I thought it was real for a second. Yeah. Did you see this? I literally just answered. Also, why did this have to be a circlet instead of a goblet or a sand? Come on, man. How many double crit attack circlets do I even have at this point? Yeah, I have... Okay, so 2 HP, 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 attack. Okay, it's only 3. It's not that bad. But still, I don't have a single goblet or sands with double crit. Like, fuck me, man. Okay. That's a good emote. I like it. That's a good one. Wait, are you telling me that it's slower than walking? No shot, bro. What if you do this? No, that still kind of sucks. Okay, never mind. Well, alright. Chat overlay. Okay. Okay. Aim at the ground. But is that actually faster than just walking? No, it's not, bro. Alright, what is this? Lila? Oh, yeah. Right. For war. What is that? Why the fuck is Farazan here? Huh? Oh! Mooning! Wait, but isn't my llama already double crowned? Shit, I think it might be. Does that mean that those books are wasted? No. Do you guys think Columbina's gonna moon? Probably, right? Columbina's gonna moon. Columbina's gotta moon, man. Surely. She's definitely using the bird. You're using the bird. Sorry. No. This is not where I want to be. Bro, how little do I actually play this game that Razor is still on my... I put him on my team like 3 days ago. I guess all the, like, content that you actually need to build a team for does not actually change your current overworld team, though. But still, that's crazy. Hmm. Chat, should I craft another goblet for Varissa? Wait, what happened to her artifacts? Why does Raiden have her artifact? What the hell? Because, like, I have a 4-liner double crit, but it doesn't have attack or ER, right? So this doesn't feel good to reroll. And I do want to use my rerolls for her. But I want a good reroll target. And there's this one, too. What else are you going to use the elixir on? I could just keep them for a character eventually. Headpiece looks more rerollable. It's not. Because, like, what's the positive outcome here? More crit rate? What happens if I get more crit rate? A problem is what happens if I get more crit rate. A problem. That's the outcome. A problem. Get her sig, true. Just get her sig. What other weapons would have to be on the weapon banner for you to try for her sig? I would not, no matter what. When 100.0 is so satisfying, it is, yeah. No, this my main account is never going to spend Primo Gems on the weapon banner. I did it once when I was a new player and I was an idiot. Actually, I did it twice, right? I did it on the Aquila Favonia banner in 1.0. And then I did it on the Elegy banner. And I regretted it. Honestly, two good investments. I don't know. Elegy is such a fraud. I wasn't going for Elegy. I was going for Ali Flash, and I didn't fucking get it. And I got an early Elegy, and I was like, you know what? This sucks. I hate the weapon banner. I'm never pulling on it again. And I never pulled on it again. We waiting to see the end of beta for Temper Fate? Yeah. Like, yeah, it's probably gonna be Mona, but if they nerf the C6, then there's not gonna be a point to me getting C6 anymore. Is C4 a good solving point? Yeah. C6 doesn't actually matter. I want to get it because I want to do testing on carry Mona and shit. But, like, carry Mona is not better than the other stuff I have. So, it doesn't actually help. When will the final beta... When will be the final beta changes in beta? Wait, give me a sec. Well, Nefer got nerfed by 100 EM between the last beta cycle and live. So, like, yeah. I don't know, man. Uh... Apparently, Klee's best team is Frina, Albedo, Shilonen. I kind of doubt that. Send the sim people on WFP Mage, sure. You can send it. I don't mind taking a look. But I just don't trust it at all. I think that sounds inaccurate and wrong. Sorry about that. Hmm. That's not good, though. What? Why is there... Wait, what? Dude, what's wrong? What's going on here? Why are these sims so fucking low? What the hell? Did they not, like, put the Klee buffs in or something? Because these sims look way too low. Yeah, I know you guys can't see. So they have Duran Bennett Fischl at 81k. How? Do N2 for some reason here, but like that shouldn't change it that much. N1 C N2. Dude, what is it? Okay, that sim is already kind of cooked. There's a dash here? What are they doing? N1 C. Okay. N1 C. And 2. C. And 3. C. Then they do it again, I think. Okay. Wait, what? They swap to Durin. They use skill. Then they go to official. And then they go back to Durin. Okay. Then they go Charez. Then back to Klee. And 2 E. And 1 C. And 1 E. That doesn't make sense. Isn't this the 4th skill used here? Huh? Jumpty. What? Is it Jumpy? Jumpy Dumpty? No, okay. So, first one at 10. Or not? Wait, I'm so confused. Did they not use the skill in the middle there? Did it not go through or something? Yeah, they used skill at 6.5? Wait. No, wait. Jumpy. The first instance of damage happens at 10 seconds. Why? Bro, I think... Oh, it's good. You can cancel skill with burst to stack on skill use effect. Is that what's happening here? So this skill is not actually a skill, it's just a stack of Crimson Witch? Okay, I guess. But it still seems like the damage is way too low. Like I don't understand why it's so low. When I was looking at it, the numbers I got were so much higher. Yeah, like I don't know what's implemented and what's not. Like what about Klee is implemented? What about Fischl is implemented? What do they got? Yeah. Like looking at the personal damage, comparing it to what I got for Klee. Fischl at 14k. I have her at 21k. Huh? TOM Fischl? I'm on TOM too. R3, that won't change that much. Okay, it's at 81k with this. If we change official to EM sends. It's a little bit higher. I think. But it's very similar. Yeah. The Crimson Witch stuff is also like not it, right? But I would have to change the combo they're doing if I look at Shimenawa's. Right? I guess you just remove this. If you just remove that, lose the Crimson Witch stack. We're there. If you put the skill after the first attack instead of the second one, it's not... It is a bit annoying, but it's not too bad. Potentially energy deficient. Huh? How does doing the skill here instead of... Oh. I'm an idiot. Okay, why is there a dash here? It's cleat attack, skill, dash, attack, charge, attack, charge. Right? No. Insufficient stamina? That can't be. She basically has infinite stamina. Like that's not true. Something's definitely wrong here. Yeah, did they not implement the stamina stuff? They might not have implemented the stamina stuff. Let's just do jump instead of dash for now. Whatever. I think we fucked with the combo too much is the problem. But like Shimenawa. Yeah. I don't know, man. There's clearly some things that are missing, but I don't know. I don't know what's missing. Yeah, also, how is Bennett so much better than Duran was? That also shouldn't be the case. For now, let's just rerun this. Like, am I missing something major? Or like what? Can we look at Klee's stats for any of this? Is there a way to make GC Sim just show current stats instead of just the list of buffs? Calc, maybe? Probably not. Yes. So, during her uptime, we have 287 attack percent. Is it 287 or like 187? Like, are they including the 100% base? Let's look at an incident of Sora's damage. Okay, they are not. Okay, total attack is gonna be at 3,500, which is higher than this one. Widsith, maybe? Is it Widsith attack buff? You're telling me it doesn't... It tells you when the Widsith buff happens, but not which one it is? Why? Okay, Widsith, attack. This is Widsith with attack buff. Okay. Okay. So, they have a total attack at 3,500 with the Widsith attack buff. Which sounds low, actually. Right? Because if we don't have the Shiminawas, but we do have more substats, and we have Widsith attack buff active at R3 Widsith. It might just be a difference in assumptions, I guess. I guess it's not that much. Okay. There's 177% damage. We don't have the Shiminawas, but we have 2 stacks of Crimson Witch, right? That seems low. Why? Right, because like this seems to be the only source of damage percent here, right? These two things. Right? It just doesn't look like there's anything else that has a stat that could be interpreted to be damage percent, right? But that sounds so low. Right? Like, is it not? Are they not including the 50% from the spark? Maybe? Could that be it? Oh, it's because this is not a spark. I'm an idiot. This is a normal attack. Okay, no. That makes sense then, because it would be this one. Okay, no, that makes sense. I think. Hmm. Alright, this would be the charge. Yeah. The bonus damage is higher. Where do they put the 50% more damage from the new passive, though? Wait. Is that the right thing? I don't know. Is Boo Boom Strike a charge attack? It is, right? I think. Dude, why can't Klee's fucking abilities be called what they are? A charge attack is hitting for 81k with their stats. On a crit. Which I think makes sense as well. How many do they get? Boom, boom. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? Only 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? That sounds very wrong. They do charge, 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 charge. Yeah, they don't have the coordinated attacks. They're not there. Unless they call it something else. Maybe. Maybe they just call it something else. Let's try to find it. Alright, so it'll be after an N2, right? It doesn't look like it's there. Right? Because attack, attack, and then... This is the third attack. So this is the charge attack that comes before the third attack, and it deals damage after the input for the third attack, so this is the damage for it. Oh, charge coordinated. 16k. That sounds low. $28k, 16k, 63k on a crit. 35k on a crit? Like, something's wrong here. Clearly. Right? Like, this damage should be higher. I'm very confused. I think that's enough of that for now, though. Ugh. But I'm really confused. Like, now I'm doubting myself. Like, am I doing something deeply wrong for this? Like, what if I'm just, like, doing something completely wrong here? Like, it could just be that. But, like, I don't fucking know, man. Oh, yeah, also, the Durin damage seems low as well. Right? Like, they have Durin damage at 19. I guess it's not that bad. I have it at 24. Maybe I'm being too optimistic in my amount of hits. I guess. Wait. That was, I forgot to put it back on Shimenawa's properly. Yeah. Alright, I'm assuming 17 hits here. Do you actually get 17 hits? Maybe you don't. Is the Durin stuff, like, implemented in a way where, like, there are certain... It's accurate, by the way? Searing. So... They get the first one at 3.7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And then they use burst. Again. They use burst at 20.6. They use the first burst at 0.8. So this was basically 20 seconds and they got 18. I guess I should assume 16 instead of 17. You should try to sim Razor. Is Razor implemented? Oops. I sent their Razor one, which is also low. I don't think self overloads are implemented in GC Sim period though. So I'm pretty sure they haven't just like, oh fuck me. I'm pretty sure they haven't changed that for the Wangshang Sim. So there's at least that missing, right? But yeah, also fuck! No, dude, why the fuck does GC Sim work in a way where you can't fucking go back? Stop using cookies and shit, man. Wait, what? "16-second rotations, Razor only bursts every other rotation? That can't be, right? What the fuck? That says official, but there's no official. Okay, no, they're just lying. Okay. This is... Okay, so first of all, skill, dash, attack, 1, burst. Let's just fucking... Razor... They have Razor on ER Sands? Yeah, something is definitely wrong here. Did they not implement Razor energy generation? From the buffs? And Razor attack, 3. Skill, dash. Attack, 3. Attack, 3. Attack, 3. Skill, dash. Attack, 3. Alright. Okay. So... take a look at the sample. What's going on here? Let me look at this. Let me remove this. Do we have an energy thing? Yeah, okay. So... how long are we staying on field? Yeah. When does the Bennett buff expire?
And you still
Is this
have a special place in my heart.
physical? This pyro? So let's just do N1 here. Okay. Wait, what? How are we being energy deficient on fucking Razor with ER Sands? They clearly didn't implement things properly here. There's clearly something missing. Cause like also, how did doing 2 less attacks on Razor create energy problems for the rest of the team? Huh? What the? Okay, let me look at the energy stuff on Razor though, right? So skill, when he uses skill, right? Okay, it does add it. I'm confused. So we do skill. Why doesn't it add it here? Oh, it hasn't hit yet. No, still, well, there's something missing. We should be full sigils here, no? Should we not be full sigils here? Like, am I missing something? Are we not supposed to be full sigils here? Hmm. Like, maybe Razor loses sigils on swaps and I just never knew this? No, he doesn't. He maintains them. He keeps them. So I think this might be just something that's not implemented properly for Razor. Because when Razor swaps in and uses his skill, right? He should generate 3 sigils. And generating 3 sigils when he already has the sigils from the last rotation should give him 7 energy. From the Witch passive, right? No, it's only during burst. Fuck, I'm an idiot then. Oopsie. Oopsie. Okay, maybe the ER requirements are a bit higher then. Fuck. Is Razor cooked? So then you don't do this, right? Yeah. We're still having some problems somehow. Okay, so... Okay, we are still on way too much energy, though, for sure. Right? But the problem is we have to wait for the particles here, right? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, what about the third rotation? Yeah, we clearly have too much ER for this, but we have to wait for particle travel time. I see. I wonder how much of a problem it actually is, huh? Yeah. I guess that's a problem, huh? Because you're basically forced to wait for travel time, aren't you? Hmm. Chat, is Razor cooked? Biggest nerf Razor received was with the power of reading? Yeah. The fact you don't get the 7 flat energy if you're not in burst means you can't do this. Which is kind of a problem. Because not being able to do this means you have to EQ. But if you EQ, you don't have sigils when you catch your particles. And if you don't have sigils when you catch your particles, you lose 60% ER when you catch your particles. Right? Which is kind of a big deal, actually. That's like 5 energy you just lose. Or you have to do this. Right? Because you won't have energy. So you have to wait for the particles to... You have to wait to catch the particles. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah. It extends your rotations either way. Damn. Maybe E, then supports, then QE. I mean, you could, but the thing is, you can't do that at the end of your rotation. Because if you E on Razor at the end of your rotation, he's still in burst, so it doesn't generate particles. Damn. It's actually a fucking particle travel time diff, isn't it? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. How much energy do we have here when we swap back to him? We're fine on the second rotation. But on the third rotation... Yeah. We're missing a little bit. I don't know, man. No. This seems so weird. Damn. That's kind of cooked. That's actually really cooked. Damn, that's tragic. Chat, that's so tragic. Razor era is over. Yeah. Like, he's still not bad, right? Don't get me wrong. Because there's still stuff missing here. They're missing, like... Okay, so... What do you mean Razor Q mod extended? The fuck is that all about? Okay, I don't think that's an actual thing. But every time Bennett Field stat mod refresh happens on a Razor, you get overload, right? So Bennett Field, what? Field. Oh, it's Bennett hyphen Field. Right, so it happens at 8 seconds. At 9 seconds. At 10. At 11. At 12. Wait. No, that's extended. I think I have to type the whole thing. So Bennett hyphen Field mod refresh, right? No, stat mod. Okay. Bennett Field stat. That should work. Right? So we get it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? 12. No, because Razor's self-app is slower than Bennett's then, right? Because I know you don't get 12. So you'll get 6. Alright, 6 overloads on Bennett. And 6 overloads on Razor. So if we take their setup, we changed Echoes to Gilded Dreams. Alright, this is 75k. We change Bennett build to EM equal 187, EM equal 187. And basically no crit and like 120 EM instead-ish. Alright. So baseline here, we have 74k plus the overloads, or plus the self-overloads. Which is going to be... Alright, they have 74k. And then we have... How much EM does Razor have? 120 plus 150. So he has 270 EM. This 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. 3979 times this. So Razor overload is 11k. A Bennett overload is 17k. This is a 20-second rotation. This times 6 plus this times 6. This divided by 20. Right? So if we implement the self-overloads, it goes up to 83k here. Scroll Durin. That's crazy here. But I guess it makes sense. Still a big difference from the 100k? Yeah. If we... If we didn't have energy problems, right, we would gain, like, about 6k. So we're all around 90k, basically, if you don't have energy problems based on the sim. Oh, I was doing Wolfang as well. Yeah. Maybe Razor is a fraud, chat. Damn. This stat distribution can't be right, though. Can it? I don't know. Is Clea a fraud too? She might be. It'll be more than 31 though, Bumpy, because you still do get energy from the witch passive for the flat energy refund. It's just that you get one less proc than I thought. Actually, no, you get two less procs than I thought. Oh, that's actually a really big deal. Damn. Tragedy has struck for Razor. That's really sad. That's actually really sad, because it's like... It's clunk. It's the sort of, like, issues that just feel clunky. Right? Like, having a rotation that forces you to wait for particle generation. Because if you EQ and Q before the particles generate less energy. So if you build for the exact amount of energy you need, you have to E and then catch the particles before you Q. That's gonna feel so bad. Like, it's not even about how good it is, it's about how good it's gonna feel. And it's gonna feel awful. Right? And I don't know, I just think that's really disappointing. You know? So it might be official angle over a Durin angle for Razor then. Because of those energy problems. Dude, that's so sad. Dash to the particles to catch them faster. I mean, yeah, that's actually going to be what you're supposed to do. That's actually really, really disappointing to me, though. Send the Doom tweet? Yeah, I will. Uh... Hmm... Turns out, I didn't notice you don't get the 7 energy refund for generating sigils at max on Razor outside of Burst, which means you're forced to, or which means you're missing out on one set or on one instance of it, and in order to catch his own particles from E while not, or with the 3 sigils for the 60% ER, you have to stare at the enemy. Because doing the N1 for because doing the N1 won't give you the 7 energy from C6. So you either lose 14 energy or 7 energy and like 1.5 seconds. Razor is now saying goodbye to the 100k club. He had a good run. 07. Damn. Can I get an 07 for Razor in the chat, please? How far off 100k is he now? He's not quite 80k. Like, he's still higher than 80k. But he's like 90k on a good day, you know? The official team doesn't get affected, and the official team was around 90k. Now the Durin team is around 90k as well. Right? That's basically what happened. Hmm. Damn. Chat. That's... Dude, I'm actually, like, I'm devastated right now. It doesn't show on my face, but I'm devastated. And you Mauiga combo. Stop talking about the fucking Sitlali Spirit Skull 5 melt combos as if they were real, okay? They're not. I'll assume 7 vape before I assume 5 melt, okay? I don't know, chat. What is that? Why are you sending me a link to a fucking Discord channel? What? New Varessa combo. Oh boy. That's not a... Wait, what? Okay. Okay. Add me on Discord. Alright, buddy. Oh. No, so I still have way too many things I need to record. I'm sorry. I only recorded one video yesterday. TF is best in slot. Check DMs. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I guess if the energy's a problem, then TF is actually good, huh? Not the, you know, that's very reasonable. What combo are they doing? Wait. Okay. When I run the exact same sim as they do, like I literally copied the sim, and it's 2k DPS lower. So something's got to be wrong. Yeah, it's because yeah, I get a debuff on my account, and GC Sim knows it's me. That's why. Skill dash burst. Skill dash. Yeah, the TF procs are not lining up here. I mean, whatever. I don't care. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe we can save Razor with TF. Let's let's save Razor with TF, chat. Where is he? There he is. Oh, I'm already on 4 TF. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. That can't be right. E. So wait, what the fuck are they doing? They're doing N3D, N3E, N3D, N3E, N3D, and 1E. So 3-3E, 3-3E, 3-1E. That can't be right. That cannot be right. This has to be what you do, right? So N3D and 1E. Yeah. Just 3 times this. But like, okay. There's clearly something going wrong here, but I'm not sure what it is. I know, I've literally looked at it, and the procs for TF do line up. So I don't really understand how the sim is not getting it properly. I don't know. Oh, actually, it might be cooked because this is a hydro enemy. I'll try against a non-hydro enemy. Maybe it's different. It shouldn't be though. Right? Because I'm pretty sure you get your procs with pyro anyways. No, because you'll have a lot of off-field pyro, right? So you get your procs with electro, so it might be weird. Okay. He fucking ran out of the Bennett burst. That's very annoying. Nah, this is no problem. It works. It works for sure. It works for sure. So, I don't know what exactly is going wrong in the sim for there to be a delay because of Razor cooldown. Yeah, maybe frame perfect inputs add some delay. But I don't know how to fix that. How do you add a wait? Is it delay? I think. No, we still have the problem. Whatever, man. I'll be right back, chat. Alright, I'm back. I guess another thing I need to check is, if you do get the C6 proc. Razor. Alright, so you get it at 55. You have to add an N1 here. That's fine, though. Right? Or maybe you... I think you do this. No. Alright. We saw the, like, lightning proc from the C6. What? Why didn't it work again? Am I just too zoomed in for it to show up? Or did I get it earlier? I'm not sure. I'm confused. Wait, what? I'm so confused right now. I'm so fucking confused right now. Hmm. Wait a second. Does this mean you should hold E? No shot, right? Shit, maybe it does, actually. Like, maybe when you swap in, what you're supposed to do is N1 hold E burst. Is it just that? Wait, do you get the the defense shred from Holdy? Or is it just tap E? Fuck! Dude, why is Razor's kit so fucking weird, man? Maybe it's still fine, because you only lose it on the start of your damage. Right, so instead of doing like this, you do... something like this. Right? I think that's better. Yeah. Maybe not. What about using Holdy and Burst? Are you allowed to do that? You are. Hmm. Wait, actually. If you have full sigils from the last rotation, which you do, you can use Hold E to consume them, then N1 to get them again, and then Burst to consume them again. Maybe, wait. Chat, I think I'm cooking here. I'm pretty sure I'm cooking here. Right? No, I'm not. The automatic max sigils is only from the skill. It doesn't work on the C6 itself. Wait, no! It also does it on this now. Never mind. No, wait. I am cooking. I think I am cooking, actually. Right? Because, like, first rotation you have burst, so things only matter for energy on the second one. Right? And on the second rotation, you have your 3 sigils from your last rotation when you swap into Razor. So you can hold E to consume them, then normal attack for the C6 proc to get the 3 again, and then burst to consume them again. So you get 30 flat energy from his thing. Wait. That's good then. Wait. Is he back? Is he so barak? It does mean you lose a defense shred for your hold E and your burst initial hit, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Right? Right, compared to the, like, tap E, Q, tap E, we only lose 1 attack at the end, right? Or do we? If we tap E, Q, tap E with TF, how many attacks do we get? We only get one more, yeah. So that's definitely worth it. So this is probably what the combo is now, right? Swap in, hold D, dash, and 1 burst, tap E. Right? Like, this is probably it. It's a blessing you didn't record the clear rate. Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay, so that's definitely what we want to do now. Razor combo has changed. Do you care about TF then? Also, should we N4 instead of N3 DN1? Maybe. Okay, I forgot the dash. It seems like we're getting one less attack infused at the cost of 2, and in exchange we get 2 N4s as, or 2 N1s as N4s instead. Is that worth it? Probably not. But it's probably really similar. Okay, what about the non-TF combos? Right? Or wait, I forgot. Can you do... Can you do, 2 and 3s into E? I'm an idiot. No, you can't. This does seem a lot worse, I think. Let's properly look at the combos, I think. So, we'll have... N1, N2, N3, N4. E. Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Wait, no. Unbuffed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, and 1 is 161. If we look at his effective attack here, I think I had an old calc that still had physical somewhere. Or not. Yeah, I did. Okay, so this one did. The effective attack for physical, including the lower res multiplier, is basically going to be about a third of the effective attack for Pyro and Electro, right? So this will be 161 on the normal. 51% times 1.51 plus 70% from the thingy, right? And that's it. This is adjusted motion value. And 2 is 139. Call is this tabarnak. Sorry. And 3, 174. And 4, 229. Right? The E, I guess I need tap E, hold E, C6, unbuffed E. Right, tap E will be 398. There's also the new witch passive, which is 150. And it happens on 150 and then new 150, new or unbuffed 150. Okay. Holdy 590. C6 100. Unbuffed 1. This about divided by 3 plus and it's gonna be like divided by 2, basically. More or less. Unbuffed E is gonna be like 70%, 75%. We're pretty much only missing the Bennett buff here. And the new 150 is obviously 150, and the unbuffed is about 70% of that. Right? Okay. So, and then we have energy. So, first, I want to look at the old combo that was E, Q. Oh, I forgot the fucking Q. Q itself is 320. So, old combo was E, Q, E. With 5 and 3s. But it wasn't exactly 5 and 3s. It was like E and 1, Q, E, 4 and 3s, basically. And 1 E. And I think all of that was buffed, right? So 5, 4, 4, 0. 3, 0, 2, 0 for all of these. 150 was 3. Actually, was it 3? No. It was actually only fucking 1, huh? I thought it was 3, but it was only 1. That's crazy. Q was 1. Energy, motion value. So, or adjusted motion value. Adjusted motion value is this times this. And then energy is let's say he's at 20% ER, right? So 9 times 120% plus some of these times 7. It's not 9 times 120%, it's 3 times... No. It is 9. But plus this times 3. Yeah. Okay. Plus this times 7. Plus this times 15. Plus this times 15. Plus 2 Chevreuse C1 procs. Right? So the energy that he was restoring to himself, including his particle generation and his own flat energy generation in the old combo, like just without looking at the particles from the rest of the team, right? It's around 45. New combo. Non-TF. What was the non-TF one again? It was... What am I doing? Is this what you want to do? I don't even fucking know, man. Yeah, I guess it's just this, right? So with this one, it's literally just for the new combo. So hold. The new with hold E, no TF. Right? It's just that we get a hold E instead of a tap E. That's pretty much the only difference, right? Is that literally the only difference here? Like, it's a slightly longer animation time, so you might lose 3 here. 1 here. And it'll be slightly... Yeah, this is just way fucking better, isn't it? Like, yeah, you're also losing out on the shred the defense shred at the very, very start, but you have it for most of it anyway, so it's not a problem. Yeah, this is so significant, actually. Oh my god, chat. You know what that means? That means Razor's rotations finally incorporate both his hold and his tap skill. That's so good. There is finally a reason to use Razor's holdy. That's so fucking good. Okay, how early can we cancel the holdy, by the way? I feel like we can cancel it earlier than that. Let's get some... Can you spam dash? I think you can. Yeah. You can't, like, the game doesn't allow you to dash. Until the animation is over. Which means you can start spamming dash before you're supposed to. Like, it's not a difficult one, right? Yeah. Wait, that's so fucking nice. Okay. Razor energy has been fixed, chat. We found a problem and we fixed it. Good. Never mind. You can just use his hold E at the start. My goat is so Barack. Can you test it in the sim? I can take a look, sure. So with this sim, copy config, go to the sim. We change nothing except... How do you even do a hold on Razor? Like, what do you have to say? Skill, hold equal 1? Dash, attack 1. And... no energy problems when you lose the ER sands. Yep. Yep. If you're doing N1, you can type this attack without the 1. I see. That's good to know. Attack equals 0.466. Wait, what? How did the damage stay the same when I gave him an attack sands? Wait, it went down. What? Oh, it's because I gave him 0.466 flat attack. I see, that makes sense. Okay, this makes more sense. And again, right, this doesn't have self-overloads implemented, and self-overloads are like reasonably 8 to 10k DPS. Is he supposed to be on Echoes? Gilded Dreams is slightly better here. But yeah. But yeah, maybe you don't want to go TF then. Because like the whole reason why the TF sim is better is because they don't need to build ER sense for it. But if you don't need to build ER for the new hold E combo either, then it's fine. It's actually so huge, by the way. Because like we now have a reason to use the N1 before the burst, right? Which means we have something we can be doing while waiting for the particles to travel if we don't start with burst. Right? You can do N2 or N3 without the burst if you're just waiting for particles instead of just waiting for them. Which you couldn't do if you had to, like, hold off and wait on the C6 procs. That's, like, so fucking huge, actually. Yeah, also, I wonder if, it's even worth to do this now. Let's remove the 4. And let's just have this happen twice. Oops. And swap out a little earlier. I see. You need that extra E for the energy. What if we just pretend like you don't here? We still have burst cooldown problems, so swapping out earlier doesn't actually do anything here. What is that? Is that more optimized? Who's doing this, by the way? Is this the same you did? Or is it someone else? Hoffer on Wangcheng, I see. Tell them thank you. So yeah, this is hold E, dash, N1, burst, skill dash. Then N3D, N3D, N3E. N3D, N3D. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. That. This is your config? It is. You're right. I didn't copy. I'm a fucking idiot. I really hate the way that the stuff is for this thing. Okay. So if isn't I, so on the first rotation, Razor skill. On the other, Razor holdy. No, there's something wrong here. They need to N1. For this. Because if you just Razor holdy and then burst, you only consume one set of sigils. There might be a bug in the sim, actually. Because I feel like your energy is going to be a problem if you don't do the N1. So maybe the sim is assuming that when you burst, you get 15, whether you have sigils or not. Because the sim that they had without the attack should cause some issues. Hmm. Yeah. Like this should be more realistic for the rotation, right? Hmm. Cuz like if we don't do it, we bring this back to 3. Right, this is what they were doing for the sim. If I go to the sample, I need to take a look at Razor Energy on like the second or third rotation. Right. So swap the Razor, hold E, dash, burst. Wait, how? How are they getting so much energy? I'm very confused. I guess it's because with this setup, because they consume the sigils before the burst rather than after the burst, they get I don't know actually. Particles from Razor, then Chevaleur's proc, then Razor's proc. Then I guess it's just that it lines up perfectly here. It's just that stuff lines up better for this one. But you can generate just plus 15 energy for free if you just add an N1 before the burst. So if your energy is a problem for any reason, you just add that and you're fine. Yeah. Okay, so TF is not good anymore then, because energy isn't a problem. Tragic. Alright, because it's 86k on echoes. TF loses like 4k. It does give a bit of overload damage, right? 3979 times 1.325 times 40%. It's plus 2k damage on each overload. There's like 12. So it's like 1 point something k. So it's like at 84k, so it's about 2k behind. I guess it's pretty close. My best build will probably be on TF. Hmm. Anyways, we saved Razor, chat. He's so Barack. That's my goat right there. Holy fuck. So should we record the Razor witchcrafting video then? Is he 100k again? He's close. I don't know if he actually makes it to 100k. With very optimistic assumptions, he probably does. But is attack stands and Goblet okay, or do I still need the Aura stands? You don't really want to attack Goblet, because it's... he gets so much attack. So you're generally going to be better off with the damage Goblet over attack Goblet. Attack Goblet isn't bad, though, because he does have split damage profile. Yo. Thank you. Thank you for the prime. Hear me. Okay. But yeah, he's so saturated in it. But he doesn't need ER. That's for sure. Because the new stuff lets him get away with no ER, like, without a problem, right? Like, let's just look at his particle at his energy generation, right? So as part of your first setup, right, you do his E into Chevreur's burst so that you can get your overcharge ball. So he starts with sigils, right? So his uptime starts with Hold E, which consumes 3 sigils for 15 energy. Hold E, 15 flat energy. Then N1 for 3 sigils, and then Q for another 15 flat energy. Then E generates sigils, doesn't generate energy. That's fine. N3, N3, N3. E. Another 7. N3, N3, N3. E. Another 7. Right? So he's now generating a total of 44 flat energy just for himself for fun. He also gets 12 energy from the Hold E. And if your ER is a little too low, it's just that instead of N1 here, you do N3, right? You lose 2 hits of the coordinated attack on burst, but you get to catch your Hold E particles with 60% more ER. So it's like bare minimum 12, but if you have any sort of energy problems, it's not the end of the world, and it's going to be like 20 instead. Which brings his self-energy generation at like 64. You have Chevreur's on 5. You basically don't have ER requirements. Yeah, and then there's also Chevreur's C1 if you have that, right? Which is 12 flat energy, and it always goes into him because he is the only character on your team applying Electro, and you always swap from him to Chevreur's. So if there's an Electro Aura from him, Chevreur's will be the one to proc overload. And Chevreur's C1 only applies to the active character that is not Chevreur's. So the only on-fielder that ever triggers overload other than Chevreur's is Razor, which means you will reliably get 2 Chevreur's procs on Razor every rotation for the C1. Right? The C1, which is 6 flat energy when the on-fielder triggers overload. I thought she only had a C0 and a C6. Yeah! There's finally teams where her C1 works. Crazy. But yeah. There's going to be a lot of situations where you don't even need to do the N1 for energy at the start. I'm probably just going to do it anyways because it's more chill. But what does my Razor build actually look like? I'm kind of curious. Let's take a look. We probably use this feather. Or flower, sorry. Feather. Yeah, that's pretty good. We don't need the ER, so that's not good. This... No. Yeah. Okay. Sands might be a problem. My attack sands on TF aren't the best. So we probably go offset on sands. Goblet, I mean... I don't think we need to... We need to talk about this one. Do we? Where's Electro? Alright, I don't think we need to talk about this one. And then Circlet, I guess, isn't the best. Unless I can go crit rate. Can I go crit rate? I don't think so. With my... My best off-piece sands, I guess, is this one. I can just use this one as a placeholder, though. So I don't have to ungear Varessa. I might as well use this one instead. No, I'm not capped on crit with this. Okay. Right, we get 5 from the buff and conditional 10 from this. So as long as we're not above 85, we're fine. So we're not struggling with crit rate. So we can go crit circlet, yeah. Okay, good. Because my crit damage circlets are a lot worse than my crit rate circlets on TF. Yeah, that's a pretty fucking good Razor build then. Damn. Would I rather go for this? Probably not, right? Oh shit, I'm not on Serpent Spine. You're right. Fuck. Oh no. Oh no! You're right! You're right! No! Fuck! Shit. That's bad. Like, to be fair, we could just say the C3 is fake. Right? We could just say C3 is fake. We're gonna pretend like it's not there. Or, sorry, C2, sorry. We could just say C2 is fake. And go crit rate circle it anyways. It's okay. Right? And then we're only overcapped by like 1%. That's still annoying, though. I wish I wasn't overcapped. Fuck. So, I lose 3 crit rolls if I go for this. Sorry, I lose 2 crit rolls if I go for this. And here, this is what? 4 crit rolls? And if I look at my best crit damage circlets, offset. I guess it's this one, right? Yeah, that's really fucking good, actually. Because EM isn't a wasted roll on Razor. Yeah, this is probably the play, actually. How is it overcapped if it's 97? The buffs give him 5% crit rate on C6, and his Constellation 2 gives him a conditional 10% crit rate. And in a perfect world, you never want to have any of your stuff wasted. So you'd want to be at 85. I can't be at 85, but it's okay. Yeah. I could get a bit more crit rate here, right? This is 42 CV, one roll of attack. This is 26, 38 CV with 2 rolls of attack, 4 CV for 1 roll of attack. It's probably kind of similar. And if only these weren't low rolls. This is probably better. Yeah. Like, this is a pretty solid build, I think. Yeah, how much worse is Attack Goblet, actually? I did want to take a look at that. These calcs are a little outdated, but the comparison for Attack Goblet versus the other one should be the same here. So, if we lose the Electro Goblet and gain 46.6% attack. That's with Bennett, though. Fuck. No, it's supposed to be with Bennett. Sorry. Yeah, so it's about 2k DPS worse. It's not that big of a deal, honestly. So if you have a really good attack goblet, you can use that. I'm kind of down to take a look at how this team performs right now, honestly. With, who would be the Durin placeholder? Do we just do Maoika? I guess. Okay, so the problem is, I don't have EM main stat Noblesse. Right? Yeah. I feel like no one does. I have a one I could level, but it doesn't have ER on it, so I don't think I will. 50 ADM on a substat is really good, though. Do I have anything with ER and EM for this? I don't. Oh, man. Yeah. Okay, that is not min-maxed at all for these things. Kind of tragic. It's okay, though. We'll survive. Elemental Mastery, ER. Yep. Then we'll do Maoika on Cinder City, and we will not spin. Right? Give her the fucking fish. Okay. Chevreuse. Maoika. Yeah, I guess it is not going to be good for the first side of this Abyss because of the fucking elemental requirements. Do we go test it in Stygian then? Oh, that's not a good idea. Oh boy. Yeah. The energy is going to be cooked before the buffs, man. Actually, let's try it here. Razor. Bennett. Chevreuse. Maoika. Prime menacing? No, it's fine.
Please appreciate my sincerity. Please hold for just a moment. Forgive my prior inconsideration. Forgive my discourtesy. Look out. Pardon me.
Alright, we said no spinning, so let's make sure we don't spin.
Apologies.
Oh, fuck me. What the fuck am I doing, man?
Look out. Please remain seated.
Okay, I'm just bad. That's a skill issue, though. Yeah, I forgot to hold on the first one, and then I held on the second one, and you're not supposed to do that.
Please appreciate my sincerity. The banquet is nearing its end. Joyous times flee. Apologies.
Bro, please stop interrupting me. You're being very annoying.
Look out. Banquet must go on. Apologies.
Bro.
Look out.
Dude, I fucking hate you! Oh, I forgot to hold again. It's fine. Our energy's cooked here because we don't have the buffs yet.
Apologies.
Forgot to hold again. Oh my god.
Pardon me. Look out.
Dude! I'm gonna do bad things to myself. Jesus Christ.
The banquet is nearing its end. Joyous times flee.
Yeah, okay. Whatever. My bad. I'll be right back. I'm back, chat. You know, I just had this thought. What if Razor is one of the best carries next patch for the plunge boss? Wait, that's wrong boss. Because he does get like 70 CV, 60 CV. Wait, how much is it again? Am I an idiot? No, it's 70 CV. He does get 70 CV for free. Malika missed her E. What the? He dodged my E! Stupid Sigurd! He did it again! I'm upset. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Where did he... Bro! I hate this enemy with a passion, man. Dude, what is happening to him?
I stand against the long night and purge the darkness.
My energy. Yeah.
I stand
Not enough energy.
and purge the darkness.
Okay, he did it only once, so he didn't fucking come back in the Bennett circle. I understand why he plays Marissa. Don't be out here acting like this was a skill issue and not this boss being the most cringe fucking thing in the goddamn game right now. Like, he just blinks out of existence for a second and a half. And just dodges your energy generation.
I stand against the long night and purge the darkness.
Fuck. Yeah, and now he's fucking outside of the Bennett burst. Love that.
Like the north wind. I stand against the long night and purge the darkness. Like the north wind.
He only did it once. Fucking stupid loser.
I stand against the long night and purge the darkness.
Well, I'm out of stamina.
Strike them down.
Where did he... This Siege Onslaught is designed to make you frustrated. I swear, man. Fuck.
The light will never die. I stand against the long night and purge the darkness.
My Bennett buff is already gone.
Like the north wind. Strike them down.
Need to generate a little bit of energy off field. Or sorry, during our downtime. To make up for the energy we're lacking from the buffs not being there yet.
Stop them. Everlasting starlight. Dispel the dark.
I held. Fuck you, I held. It's fine. It is what it is. He healed back. He healed his max HP back to full. It was sick. But yeah. About 5 mil damage in 2 minutes. It's okay. Yeah. It's like, meh. Maybe we can do, the official version here, right? See how that goes? Oh, my TOM artifacts are not good, though. So TOM official will not pop off at all. Oh, what the fuck is this? That's a little pathetic. Okay. How much better is TOM for over the Golden Troop? On live, it's probably worse. Bro, why am I so bad? Ah, that was bad. Oopsie. Oh, please stop. Fuck, man. Stop moving outside of my attack range. I'm begging you. Yuri's gonna do the thing again, so I can't even start another rotation. Oh, I got bad RNG. Nice fucking E-Razor, just fucking miss. That's fine. I don't care. Yeah, nice normal attack, Razor. Just fucking miss. I don't care. pretty bad right now, but like, obviously, it is, right? Like, there's no surprise there. Should we calc the new rotation? Like, I'm down. I'm down to properly calc the new rotation. Right, so Razor, Bennett, Chevaliers, Durin. Would buffed Razor be able to beat Hera? I think so, yeah. It will be really, really tight though. But I think he'd get there, yeah. Cause like, let me scroll back up to the official version. And again, right, this calc is outdated, but the difference between this and live will be similar, right? And if we remove all the buffs, right, we remove this, we remove this, we remove this, we remove attack sense, because in this team you kind of need to go ER sense on live. Actually, no, not with official, never mind. We remove the official attack buff. Right? Razor DPS is like half. Right? Even without taking energy into account, Razor DPS is like half on live versus... To be fair, you more than half off. Yeah, but I also did not do perfect rotations, and was also slightly adjusting my rotations for more Razor ease for energy. Bro, he's fucking missing, man. Yeah. The official version is a lot worse, right? There's also that, which is a bit of a problem. But yeah, another issue here is that Hera isn't ideal for 20-second rotation characters. Because it's kind of hard to get a third rotation down, but you have more time than what's... Oh my god, bad RNG. You have more time than what's required to do 2. Wait a second. That's not the right weapon on my Bennett. Oh, that's not good. No, I fucked up. I fucked up my official energy. If I get good attack RNG here, I'll be fine to get half. I think I'll get half here. How? And, like, keep in mind, my Razor talents are also not maxed out, right? Fuck. Ah, fuck. But we still get half. So, yeah, post-buff Razor, I'm pretty sure clears this. Alright, my talents are, like, 11, 10, 11 or something. Yeah. Yeah. Post-buff Razor definitely clears this. Okay, I am really curious to see how it does in Current Abyss second side. I have to see it, man. Barely clearing Fearless. Well, it's not good, right? Like, it's not... It's the boss... It's the hardest Fearless boss we've ever had. And Razor isn't one of the teams that is chilled for it, right? Official. Okay. And then first side, we do Llama. Raiden, Nahida, Tsuntao. Let's make sure our stuff doesn't need to be, like, perfectly geared, but let's at least, like, have set bonuses properly for, like, the important ones. Right? Make sure we're on 4 Emblem with Fav. That's good enough. Make sure we're on Deepwood on Llama. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Make sure we're on... doesn't actually fucking matter for her. Put the Fav in the bag. Might as well fast equip. Deepwood too, why not? Make sure we're on Flop. Dragon's Bane, yeah. Should be fun. What am I doing? Why didn't I hold there? I don't know. Dude, my muscle memory for Hyper Bloom is gone, man. GG. It's not even muscle memory, but like my understanding of the team, I guess. Please die. I don't want to burst. I'll burst on Sing So. It's fine. Bro, where are you aiming? Okay. If you don't hold E, might as well pull Nefer. No, you're not supposed to hold E. Like, you're supposed to tap E burst and then hold E to have full burst uptime without needing to burst every 15 seconds. Oh, thank you for the 6 months in advance. Oh my goodness.
The light will never die.
Fuck.
I stand against the long night and purge the darkness.
Fuck. Dude, the one thing I really hate about Razor is, like, I have no fucking clue what's going on my screen, like, ever.
Strike them down. I stand against the long night and purge the darkness.
Oh my god! Viridescent Hunt, I love you! Which one is the big one? I can't fucking tell.
Everlasting starlight.
Do I die here?
Dispel the dark.
No, I don't. But he's back to full HP. That's not good. That's not good at all. Fuck. Yeah, I guess Overload is still gonna be ungrouping them too much, even with the Viridescent Hunt. Yeah. It's fine. I wanted to test it on the next chamber anyways. Okay, here I think we're gonna die, actually. Dude, how am I supposed to kill them if you just make them fly like that? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Just fly too, bro. Okay. I should have just been focusing the big one. What the fuck am I doing, man?
Dispel the dark.
Like, what am I doing? Dude, Sigurd is such a fucking stupid enemy to fight. I hate it so much. Bro thought this team could clear. I mean, we have a really bad matchup, right? Overload team that doesn't quite have enough to brute force kill Sigurd before the absorption. Won't be able to kill the small guys. So he's just gonna fucking heal all the HP back. And it's really rough.
The light will never die.
What, he only... Why sometimes do it twice and sometimes only once? I don't really get it.
I stand against the long night and purge the darkness.
Razor's E missed because Sigurd got fucking staggered backwards a little bit. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Why did he... We're cooked, chat. What is even going on with the fucking grouping here?
Everlasting starlight dispels the dark.
Whatever. Why did I do that? Why did I burst? Why did I burst? Why did I burst? Why did I fucking burst? Am I an idiot? I'm a fucking idiot. Please frog the Verdescent Hunt. Bro, I'm fucking begging you. It's about to be 50% on each hit! I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Like, what the fuck do I say about that?
Dispel the dark.
Like, what the fuck am I even supposed to say about that? Like, what the fuck? How many attacks did that take? Like, 20? Jesus fucking Christ. Where is he? Okay, he's here. Right? No, he teleported away. I hate him. 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 I fucking hate him. God, I hate him with a goddamn passion. Jesus fucking Christ.
Everlasting starlight dispels the dark.
Finish with our burst back. We test against an enemy that isn't the most cringe thing in the game. Bro, thank God I can brute force this guy with my actual good teams. Because he probably has the worst mechanics of any boss in the game. Jesus Christ. It's so fucking bad. Whatever. Okay. So, here, high DPS share, but no cringe mechanics. I fucked up. Yeah, I really fucked up. But yeah, so like, we don't have the DPS. But it's pretty obvious that with the changes we would. Yeah. And honestly, like, it's kind of fun. Razor has a really fun kit. Oh. Wait, I need to get my energy back. Fuck, I didn't get my energy back. Why didn't she do a charge attack? I didn't even touch the normal attack button. Huh? 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 What am I doing? Do we have the DPS for this? Probably, right? We don't have energy to start with, but I don't think it'll be a problem. Maybe it will be a problem, actually. Well, that's not the energy that's the problem here, but... Oh my god. It's the gameplay that's the problem. Jesus Christ, I'm so bad! Bro! Stop getting hit, idiot! I'm talking to myself, not to Razor. It's not his fault. I just fucking suck. Jesus fucking Christ. Why am I so goddamn bad? Holy fuck, man. Like, that's impressive how bad that was. Oh, why am I on fucking 2 HP? Okay. Let's play better this time.
Use the force authorized. Warn you. Looks like violence is here.
My energy's cooked, though. It's fine. We get the energy from the shield, right? Yeah, we do. We're fine. Oh, I fucked up. Okay, I'm not gonna burst on this one. If I did my swap too early. Nice E-Razor. Fucking missing and shit. Twice in a row, nice E-Razor. Fucking missing and shit. Razor's tap E outside of burst is so bad. The fact that the new combos do hold E instead of tap E at the start is a fucking boon, man. He's gonna go in his shield, isn't he? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, so we got through, right? But, like, obviously that's not a good performance. But, like, this team's DPS is gonna fucking double, right? So, like, it's... Yeah. Okay, anyways, I said I wanted to do an updated calc with a new rotation for Razor. If we do that, we're gonna need... We don't need this. Banner review, and maybe we can record that after the Razor video. Or maybe tomorrow. We'll need effective attack for Pyro. We'll need effective attack for Electro buffed. Okay, what do the rotations look like when you were using Mawika, or like We're gonna use Malika to pretend it's Durin, but when you're using Durin instead of Fischl, how many do you get? Where's Chivalrous? Chivalrous, where are you? Chivalrous, where are you? Chivalrous, where are you? There you are. So, I mean, first rotation is different, so let's just start with the first rotation stuff. Dude, I forgot not to do the TF combo. I'm an idiot. Let's try that again. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure exactly how many attacks you're allowed to do in a 20-second rotation. I want to check. But it's hard because the enemies are dying. So I need to ungear. Razor, Bennett. Malika. Ungear, Razor. Give him 5. Fucking Kalis. Ungear, Malika. Should be good enough. Okay, so... One, 2, 3, 4, 5. How was that? Let me take a look. Open file location. There we go. Alright. So we swap to Razor and we use his burst at 50 on the timer. Then we do 3, 3, 3, 3, and then an unbuffed 3, and then 2, and then 1. And that's 22. So we probably don't... I mean, we can probably just get slightly tighter execution, honestly. Let's just remove the 1 at the end. Do we remove the E as well? I think so, yeah. No, actually, I don't think so. Yeah, okay. Let's do 21. So, you can probably get it to 20, though. Like, that's the thing. Yeah, you can probably get it to 20. Alright, and you probably want to do, like... Three, 1, yeah. 3, 3, 1. Right? I don't know. Oh. Oopsie. Yeah. I think you just do the N4, honestly, because it's not really slower than doing N1 or N3-N1. Okay, what the fuck did I just do? Man. Yeah, we probably should do 3-3-1, 3-3-1. Right? Three, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1. Yeah, that's probably what we do. Yeah. Okay. So, let's say it's 21 seconds. Right? We have effective attack Pyro, effective attack Electro buffed. We have effective attack Electro unbuffed. We have effective attack Physical. Motion value Pyro. Motion value Electro buffed. Is Deodurin Overload good? No. But, I mean, you can make it work, I guess. Number of overloads. Damage Pyro, damage Electro buffed, damage Electro unbuffed, damage Physical. Okay. So. Razor base attack. Where the fuck? There it is. Dude, I have too many tabs open. Let me close some of them. Razor base attack. 234. Let me actually have this. Yeah. 234. We have Serpent Spine, 510. And we're going to be on... Gilded Dreams. Serpent Spine. Bennett will be on Noblesse. Sopwood. Chevaliers will be on Scroll. Fav. Durin will be on 2-piece, 2-piece. Wolfang. Or do we just do Lion's Roar, because it's basically the same? And whatever. Who cares? Okay, attack percent. What do we have? We have Power Resonance. We have Showers. We have Noblesse. We have... I wonder if there's ever a world where you want to do Instructor Bennett. No, Bennett doesn't proc a reaction here. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, so we have Power Resonance, Noblesse, Chevreuse. We have Substats. We have Attack Sense. Do we have anything else here? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. Flat attack, we have 350 and 139% of Bennett attack. Bennett attack is 191 plus 565. We don't care too much about this yet. Damage percent, Pyro. What do we have? We have about 50% average from Chauffeurs. We have 15 from Bennett. We have 30 from Serpent Spine. We have... Do we have anything else, actually? There's a scroll. And then there's his constellation, I think it's 1, right? So scroll and yeah, C1, 10%. Okay. Electro, we don't have the Bennett buff. We do have Shavar's buff. 30% was from Serpent Spine, that's there. 12 from Cinder City, that's there. 10 from his passive, that's there. We also have Electro Goblet now, and that should be it, I think. Yeah. Damage percent. Physical. We don't have Shavars. We do have Serpent Spine. We don't have Cinder City. We do have his thing. We don't have Goblet. So we barely have anything. Crit value. Not crit ascension. Main stat. Substats. Weapon. New witch passive. Actually, no, it's not even a witch passive. It's just a new passive. His C2, which is 20% CV with bad uptime. So let's say about 5% CV from that. EM, about 80 from stats. 230 from Gilded. EM multiplier, 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. Effective attack, Pyro, is going to be total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Electro buffed is just going to look at the electro damage. Electro unbuffed. The only stuff we lose is the Bennett, right? So it's only attack stuff we lose. So minus 139% of Bennett's attack. And we also lose the Noblesse. 20% of Razor's attack. And the physical is also going to be when you're not Bennett buffed. But the damage percent will be the physical one instead. We also get 30% physical damage from his Ascension stat. An overload proc, 3979 times EM multiplier. There we go. Motion value. So, we're doing N1, Q, E, then N3, N3, N1, N3, N3, N1, right? And with good execution, your pyro could still be active on the last N3. Right? Yeah. So, motion value on the normal attack. So 161, 139, and 174 are the individual hits. And we get 1, then let me try it again. Maybe it's too optimistic to think you'll still have it on the N3. You probably don't, actually. Right? Three, 1, 3, 3. Yeah. I lost it on the third hit there. But I guess it wasn't perfect. I'll just assume you lose it on the third hit, right? So it's N1, then N3, N3, N1 all buffed, then N3, N2, or N3, 2, N1, right? And what's buffed is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 N1s. 1, 2, 3, 4 N2s. 3 N3s. What's not buffed is 1 N1, 0 N2s, 1 N3. Yep. And the total amount that you get is 7 N1s, 4 N2s, 4 N3s. So the motion value Electro buffed is all of this times 51% plus 70%, and we get how many hits? 10. Well, we said 744, right? So it should be 15 hits times 15. No, I'm an idiot. It's 643, so 13, and then 2 unbuffed. Yeah. That's it for the extra. That's it for the burst, like extra damage. We also have the burst initial hit itself, which is 320. We also have all the E's, right? So the combo was hold E, N1, Q, tap E. Then 331E, 331E. So 3 tap E's total. 1 hold E. Hold E is 590. Tap E is 398. 2 of them are buffed. 1 of them isn't. Then we have the witch buff thingy. We generate sigils when full twice. So 150. One of them is buffed, the other one is not. I think that's it, right? Is that it? It should be, right? No, there's a C6 procs. Both of them are buffed. 100% times 2. Okay, that is it now. Number of overloads. We have about 12 total. Damage pyro is effective attack times motion value times defense multiplier times res multiplier. Okay. Oops. Damage overload. We don't have the defense multiplier. Total damage. DPS. Yeah. So this is reasonable, isn't it? 190 divided by 390. It would be if Razor didn't have Death Shred, but he does. Bennett and Shavar's damage, I feel like we can kind of just copy from the previous stuff. But I think oopsie. Okay. Shavar's damage. We'll do the same. You know what? We don't even need to copy the Shavar's damage. We just know it's about 3k. Say 2500. And then we'll redo Durin properly. So 347 plus Wolf Fang. Attack percent. We'll have compared to Razor, we still have this, we still have this. Noblesse is not full uptime. 20% times 12 divided by rotation length. Substats. Yeah, this, yeah. Everything else is the same. Flat attack. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Flat attack, 350. Total attack. Yup. Damage percent. What do we have? Shavar's, 1 stack average. No Bennett C6. No Serpent Spine. Scroll. No, yeah. Then Wolf Fang and Goblet. Crit value. 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Who else? What else? Wolf Fang. EM doesn't matter because he's not triggering any reactions. Yeah. Effective attack. Yeah. Motion value. All right. Let us have Durin's stuff. So, motion value. We've got 179.5 from the skill. Then we have the burst, which is increased. 1 plus minimum of 25%. 1% of total attack divided by 100. Times his burst, which is 161.8, 131.2, 144.4, and then 176.9 times rotation length minus 2 for animation time. And I guess it's minimum of 20 in this. Yeah. So this is Durin motion value. This should be the same. $90K now. Damn. Tragedy. Tragedy has struck. Razor is only $90K now. Saj. Why is my Durin damage so much lower? Oh! I'm supposed to have a set bonus, aren't I? Oops. Okay, I need 3K. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think this is pretty reasonable. Surely you can scam him to 100K. Yeah, I mean, if the overloads line up well, you'll get more total, right? Like, we can try to count them. And, like... Yeah, like, here it didn't line up well, so we're barely getting any overloads. Or any self-overloads. Oh, we're only getting one here. Because our timing on Bennett app is a little too quick after Razor. Oh, here it's working. But, yeah. It's like, yeah. It's just, it's really unreliable. But, like, when you get it to work... Right? You get a bunch of additional numbers from Bennett. But the amount that you get is kind of RNG, honestly. At least that's what it feels like. Oh, is it 10k overload? That's when Bennett is triggering it. Razor's overloads are 8k, Bennett's overloads are 10k. So we missed the first one. We missed the second one. We missed the third one. It's cooked. Yeah. We didn't get a single overload from Bennett there. So it's like, yeah, it's so fucking... Yeah. Oh. Yeah, so we got 5 Bennett overloads there. Hmm. If you don't end one before the Q, what exactly happens here? Heck, wait, Razor Holy. Yeah, Razor Holy is optimal now. Hmm. Oh well. Oh well. Chat, I think it's time to record the Bennett video, honestly. Sorry, not the Bennett video, the Razor video. You know what I meant, okay? Shut up. I want to say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the second the second video in the series of witchcrafting videos, where we go over in a bit more detail than the first impressions, all the changes that the characters got with the witch buffs. One at a time. We already talked about Venti. Today we're going to talk about Razor, who is arguably the character that has received the biggest buffs. Razor has received a lot. And I really mean a lot. Out of the characters that received the witch buffs, right? Razor, Klee, Venti, Mona, Albedo, Sucrose, Fischl. Is that it? Did I forget someone? I think that's it. Yeah, there's 7. Okay, bet. Razor was by far the worst one, right? Razor had some, like, gimmicky stuff you could do with Dendro, where, his ability to have electro hits without having an infusion on his weapon, and his ability to self-apply electro made it so that if you build him full EM, he could be played with C6 Bennett, and he could get Burgeons on his attacks, while still having Electro App to get overloads, and while self-applying Electro to get overloads. So there was still, like, there was some cool stuff you could do with that, but in terms of, like, overall strength in post-Natlan meta, that wasn't too good, right? Like, it was something you could do, but it wasn't the best. It was okay. Whatever. It is what it is. In his, like, quote-unquote intended playstyle, where you don't build him full EM, you build him, like, for his talent damage, Razor was, like, really, really bad. He's one of the many characters whose, like, current best, like, carry build is just play Shannon on the team and pretend like Razor's doing something. And if you were to play him in his, like, physical role, Razor's just really bad. There's a lot of factors that go into that. And the witch buffs have actually changed a lot of them. So let's talk about all those factors. And in order to understand all the factors, we need to talk about what makes Razor currently, or what Razor's kit currently does, right? Razor's normal attacks are just normal Claymore user charge attacks, or Claymore user normal attacks. They don't do anything special. He just hits 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got pretty long end lag on N4. If you just try to keep mashing. I think he might be the character that has the worst end lag on his attacks. Like, walk cancelable end lag on his attacks. If you're not doing any cancels on Razor, he's gonna feel awful. And yet, his Ascension stat is physical damage. His burst gives him attack speed and a coordinated electro hit. The attack speed does make it feel a little bit better, but it's still not ideal. So let's take a look at his animations with the burst active. We still have the really, really long end lag that we do not want to go through. But a lot of the Razor's end lag is cancelable, which means his optimal attack combos, both in and out of burst, will generally use either a dash or his skill to cancel the end lag of his attacks. So, you do 3 or 4. And you always either dash cancel or skill cancel. You also want to dash cancel the skill because otherwise it has the same problem as the N4 animation. Right? If you just do skill and then mash normal attacks, he stares at the enemy for a while. So you want to dash cancel it. With a basic understanding that you pretty much are required to cancel his attacks and his skill, he doesn't tend to feel too bad to play when his attacks don't miss. His elemental skill tracking when you're not inside of burst is bad. If the enemy moves even just a little bit, it will very, very often just miss. But when you're inside of his burst and you use his skill, it changes and it becomes much better AoE. So it doesn't tend to be as big of a problem. However, as you may notice, the elemental skill inside burst does not generate an electro particle. Unlike the elemental skill outside of burst, which generates 3. Alright, just like Xiao, if he uses skill during burst, he doesn't get his energy. Unlike Xiao, though, he can't just use 2 skills before burst and then still get all the energy from his skills. In fact, Razor generally only gets 1 instance of particle generation per rotation. When you swap to him, you use his E before his burst because the burst resets the skill cooldown. Even if it didn't, you'd use your skill before your burst. And the attacks that you get the skill that you do before the burst generates particles, but then you will swamp out before the burst is over. So you'll only generate 1 set of particles per rotation. Razor's burst cost is 80. Does that mean that Razor is completely cooked for energy? Not quite. There's a few parts of Razor's kit that actually help him for energy directly. So let's look at them. When you use his skill, you get an Electro Sigil. We can actually see right now, I have 3 sigils around me. Right? Whenever I use a skill, I get 1 sigil. And because I have his Constellation 6, when I use the first normal attack... Oh, is it only when you're inside the burst? Or when you don't have a sigil? What's the condition for generating a sigil again? Wait, what? Huh? Okay, whatever. When you use a skill, you get a sigil. When you use the C6, you get a sigil. These sigils have 2 properties. They have a passive property and an active property, right? The passive property is when you have sigils, Razor's energy recharge is increased. He gets 20% ER for each sigil. So when I have 2 sigils, I gain 40% ER. When I have 3 sigil, I gain 60% ER. That's cool. Good stuff. That helps his energy. The other property is the active property. You can consume these sigils doing a couple different things, and that regenerates flat energy for him. So when you consume the sigils, each sigil consumed regenerates 5 energy. Let me hide my Spotify thing so you guys can properly see the energy. Let me grab 1 sigil and then use burst. It's barely noticeable, right? Because 5 energy out of an 80 burst cost is not a lot. If I have 2 sigils, it's a bit more noticeable. Because it's 10 energy. And if I have 3 sigils, it's gonna be 15, right? Oh, I called the particles by accident. Whatever. But it's gonna be more. You can consume sigils to gain energy by using either his hold E or his burst. His hold E, unlike his tap, he does not generate a sigil, but you can use it to consume sigils. Here's the problem. Right now, Razor doesn't have great ways of generating a lot of sigils. He generates 1 sigil on the hold skill, 1 sigil, on the tap skill, and 1 sigil on the C6 if it hits the enemy outside of burst. If you're inside of burst, it doesn't. So you'll only get 1 per rotation from that. What that means is you don't really tend to generate a lot of energy from using his hold skill to consume the sigil. So his hold skill tends to just not be used. It's because it's slower, so it doesn't tend to be great. Which means that in practice, what generally happens is you will be regenerating 15 flat energy from using the burst every rotation, and you will have a little bit of extra energy recharge from having a certain amount of sigils throughout your rotation. That's it for the energy in Razor's current state. Razor also has an Ascension passive that increases his ER when his energy is below 50%. So there's that too, but yeah. And finally, his burst, right? I said the burst consumes sigils, I said the burst gives attack speed, and it has a coordinated attack, and the value of the coordinated attack at high talent level is about half of the value of the normal attack. Unlike a lot of other coordinated attacks in the game, it is a separate number that is dependent on the talent value of something else, right? So you'll want to level both abilities rather than just one, right? Anyways, Razor has a pretty big identity problem, though, which is that his default combos have about as much motion value, and again, motion value is like the percentage on your talents, right? Razor has about as much motion value coming from his normal attacks as he does from all the rest of his kit combined, right? So the skill, the C6 proc, and the burst. Which means about half of his damage is physical, and the other half is electro. What that means is that if you build him for physical damage, half of his damage isn't getting scaled by that. And the other way around as well. Because of that, Razor's current best teams for his personal damage tend to actually not use physical at all. There's not really anything that scales electro and physical at once, but there are things that scale electro and pyro at once, and you can give Razor a Bennett C6 pyro infusion. But the problem is that Razor's numbers are just not that great right now. Now that we have a default understanding of Razor's kit, let's talk about the buffs and what they've changed. First, the non-witch buff, so it's a buff that is just on Razor as a whole. You don't need to have 2 witches for this buff to work. Instead of generating 1 sigil when his C6 procs outside of his burst, he now generates 3. And after consuming sigils, so after burst or after hold skill, for the next 15 seconds, he gains 10% crit rate and 50% crit damage. Also, whenever he generates sigils through his skill during the burst or outside of the burst, but it's mainly gonna happen during the burst, he generates 3 sigils instead of 1. Basically, his C6 makes it so that when he generates sigils, he always generates 3 at once. And when he consumes sigils, he gains a lot of crit value. This is a massive buff. And it's a buff for a couple of different reasons. One, obviously, it's a lot of stats. But 2, it helps with his energy a lot. The reason for that is because generally, right, when you do your normal Razor rotation, you do this, whatever. We're having fun. I think I'm on TF right now, so I'm not going to use my skill off cooldown. I'm going to do it as if I was just doing a normal Razor rotation. Right, you end up like this, and then you swap out. And when you come back to Razor, you have 3 sigils. But you don't really want to consume those 3 sigils with Hold E because you'll consume them with Burst anyways. The changes to the C6 makes it so that the C6 proc that generates a sigil will generate 3 instead. So when you swap back to Razor with 3 sigils, you can consume all 3, gain 15 flat energy with this, then use the normal attack to get the C6 proc, get 3 sigils back, and then burst to get another 15 energy. And in practice, this looks like this. And that significantly helps his energy. But there's another thing that they're adding that it helps his energy. This part is a witch bonus, so you need to have 2 witches on the team in order to get this effect. As a reminder, for those that haven't watched the other witchcrafting video, all of these witch characters are getting special effects that are only activated when you have 2 of them on your team. 2 of the 7 witch characters. Is it 8 with Durin? Whatever. Anyways, while his burst is active, if you generate sigils while you already have sigils, right? If you generate a sigil when you're full, if you get overflow sigils, you get an additional hit that deals a little bit of damage and restores energy. Without the C6, this basically doesn't happen, but with the C6, that makes it so every time you generate sigils, you get 3. Right? In its default combos, you do E, then you do 3 instances of 3 normal attacks, generally. Then E, and then the same thing again. The first one doesn't get the effect, but the next 2 do. Which means that it's just another 14 energy that he gets for fun. In other words, he gets basically an extra 15 energy from this, an extra 14 energy from this, but also, since he generates his Electro Sigils faster at the start of his uptime, just from the first E after the burst, he's going to be at 3 sigils and he'll stay there. He also has more energy recharge throughout the rotation from the passive effect of those sigils. In the current version of the game, if you use Razor in a way that maximizes his energy generation as solo Electro, we're pretending like Mawika is Durin here, by the way. so back to him. We have to wait to catch those particles on the second rotation. And then on the third one, even if we do catch the particles, it'll be cooked. This is with about 120 ER. This means that in practice in solo electro teams for Razor, you generally need to go ER Sands. This, by the way, is with the Chauffeur C1 giving him energy. And in a bunch of teams, even ER Sands won't be enough, and you'll need to sacrifice stats for ER in your substats. All of this to say, Razor's ER requirements basically went from, like, anywhere between 160 and, like, 230, even before looking at the extra ER from his stuff, on live, to trivial, with a buff. So that's the second major thing, right? The first one was a 70 crit value. The second one is energy requirements being completely gone now. But that's not all. There's another one, and it's also a big one. Another witch effect that I haven't described yet is Razor's Burst just gets its damage increased by 70% motion value. So, let's compile all of those changes and see how much Razor's damage is getting boosted by. So, first of all, energy. Basically, in the worst case scenario, you basically just remove your need for an ER Sands. Technically, you could also say, you can play him in double Electro teams, and in those teams, he doesn't need ER Sands, but he does generally still need a bit of ER from substats. In the average case, though, I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that you're gaining at least 1 Sands worth of stats. If you're playing him with Bennett, he has 2... whatever. In that Traverse team, without an attack sense, he's about at 2,900. With one, he's about 3,300. I'm rounding a little, right? 39 or 2926, 3272. This is a pretty average outcome, but in most teams it'll be more than this. That's the first change. Next, crit multiplier. Just 70% more CV. On a good build for a well-built character, so past KQM, just on like good builds and shit here. My TF is really good. I'm on Serpent Spine. And my Razor is at 74 crit rate, 209.3 crit damage. So, about 350 CV. A little bit more than that. Let's say 350. Plus 70. Crit value would bring the crit multiplier to 320 here. And finally, we have the motion value buff. His total motion value on the... where the hell? Okay. So, assuming he has about as much damage percent on his normal attacks and on the ult hits, right? 161 plus 139 plus 174 times 6. $398 times 3. 590. 51 times 1.51 plus 320. All right. This is his current approximate motion value for fairly long field time. Right? Is it? Yeah. And with the buffs, we get 70% times 18. We get 150 times 2. So, the energy buff in a fairly optimistic assumption for current Razor energy. So basically on the lower end is going to be about a 12% buff. The crit value buff is about a 25% buff. The motion value buff is about another 25% buff. And so overall, Razor's damage is being increased by about 75%. There are going to be cases where the energy changes are more significant, and this goes up to basically double. Now, I think a lot of people might think, okay, well, Razor's really bad, so how impactful is that really? And to some extent, that's fair, but I think people tend to very often overestimate the gap between the really good carries and the worst ones. If a carry like Yoimiya did 75% more damage, she'd be Maoika level. So, like, yeah, Razor is really bad right now, but these buffs are big. They are very, very big. With the buffs, the best Razor teams I've looked at, now that I've taken almost all I could into account, corrected a few past mistakes, are generally hovering a little bit north of 90k DPS. I used to have a team that I calced at over 100k, but I think I was being a bit too unrealistic with my assumptions, and it's a little bit below that now. That's like alright, though. 100k right now. Okay, if we talked about 100k before Natlan came out, we would have been like, oh my god, this Razor character is insane. Nowadays, 100k is like acceptable, right? It's, and Razor again, right? He doesn't quite reach that. So between 90 and 100k, it's like what the like quote unquote bad carries. It's a little bit above what the quote unquote bad carries get wheelchaired to, basically. I think overall, Razor is actually gonna be just a fairly like acceptable electro carry. A little bit worse than Client. But on a similar level to Raiden, more or less. If not slightly better, actually. I think a lot of people are going to hear that and be like, wow, Zajef, you're just a Raiden hater. How dare you say that Razor does more damage? But, like, I feel like people are often too attached to their preconceived ideas of, well, Razor is currently bad, so if Razor is now better than Raiden, you're saying that Raiden is completely dogshit and worse than current Razor. But, like, no. Again, the Razor buffs are really, really big. The biggest problem that Razor has is constellation reliance. Razor's own constellations are really important because the energy changes are effectively only impactful if you have the 3 sigils from the C6. But also, the crit multiplier is directly on the C6. So the only thing you get without Razor cons is 25% more damage, but like, Razor gains more than 25% damage from C0 to C6. So post-buff C0 Razor will be worse than live C6 Razor. That's dog shit, right? Like, that's not very good. But on top of that, right, what I mentioned earlier about Razor's like split damage profile through the physical attacks being a fairly significant part of his damage profile is a pretty big problem if you don't have C6 Bennett. And on top of that, well, Chauveur's C6 does a lot for that team. So you end up in a situation where if you have your constellations on all your 4-stars, your team is at like somewhere between 90 and 100k. But if you have like C5 Razor, C5 Bennett, C5 Chauveur's, it's at like 50k. It's a really, really, really large gap in between the two. Now, one thing I want to draw attention to is that they're buffing both the normal attacks and the skill. In the live version of the game, it tends to be better to delay Razor's skill during burst because it's just kind of dog shit. And instead of using it as soon as it's off cooldown, you just use it often enough to maintain C4 uptime, right? So you do this, then you do 3 attacks, then E, then 3 attacks 3 times, then E again. And you just repeat this. You can also do N3 and 4 instead of N3 and 3 and 3, but it's a little bit worse. Both the burst and the skill are getting buff. The buff to the skill is a little bit bigger than the buff to the burst, but it's not quite enough to make the skill something you actively want to go out of your way to do. That means that TF on Razor won't be that good. TF will help for his energy. It doesn't currently help for energy because current Razor doesn't generate energy by using a skill in burst. Post-buff Razor will, because he will overflow on sigils, right? So you'll be able to do something like this. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. And you just keep repeating that. You can also do N4 instead of N3, N1. But the thing is, even if you are on TF, those combos are basically gonna be doing about as much damage as the N3 spam combos. So it's not all that significant. But if you find yourself struggling with energy, that's something you'll be able to do. Honestly, I don't like the fact that the buffs are so focused on the C6 itself. But in terms of what they did for the buffs, I think they're really, really good. I think they're amazing buffs that take parts of Razor's kit that are currently kind of worthless, like his whole E, and incorporate them in a way that actually make them matter. Another thing that you'll be able to do in Siege and Onslaught with Razor is for your first rotation, you can do a tap E, and then 5 seconds later, because you get cooldown reduction from that, you can do hold E N1, And that's gonna front load like over 40 energy generation on him. So getting his first burst on Siege Onslaught will be a lot less of an issue than it is on characters like Shao that are also burst reliant, but that generally have some of their particle generation backloaded into the rotation, so the first burst in Siege Onslaught is really hard to get. Outside of Chauveur's teams, you can also play Razor in pretty much just any team where you would play an Electro carry, right? The buffs are a little bit more focused on the electro damage than the physical. The only thing the physical gains is the crit value from C6. It doesn't gain the motion value from the new Witch stuff. So, sorry, I'm fucking, my brain is, yeah, struggling a little right now. Sorry. What was I saying? Sorry, I'm tired, man. I don't think we're gonna record the banner review today. What was I saying, chat? Fuck. You were talking about Mauiga combos, true. Oh yeah, other teams for Razor. Thank you. So he a lot of the buffs are concentrated in the Electro stuff. So pretty much any team that is currently an Electro team will also work for Razor. You don't need to play him with Bennett, but it will be a lot better with Bennett. Bennett C6, I mean. All in all, if you're playing him without Bennett, I'd say that he's generally going to be like a lot closer to Raiden's level. Maybe still slightly ahead. But, yeah. One thing that's kind of interesting is that when it comes to 4-star only teams, right, you'll be able to do something like this. Now, even in live version with Fischl, you generally don't tend to have big energy problems on a Razor. So this probably isn't a very big increase. To this team compared to the other ones. It's still a big increase overall, right? But it's not as big. But this is actually going to be competitive as one of your best 4-star only teams. Nothing is going to beat Gumming optimal stuff, especially when you're looking at high investment, because Gumming melts, so he has one more multiplicative stat to scale off of. But outside of Gumming, right, the competition is with like Hyperbloom, with National, and honestly, I'd say Razor's probably the best. And so your combination of two 4-star only teams that is going to be the strongest at just in terms of DPS is probably going to be it's probably going to be this now. Something like this at the very least. A funny thing you can do is you can try to play Vape Carry Razor, and it's alright. There's also the fact that the lack of a set bonus that is useful for witches is a pretty big problem for Razor. Razor doesn't have a good set for him, right? The sets that work on him are like... I mean, Glad doesn't buff any of his electro damage. A Lava Walker and Thunder Soother are not that great, even if you have full uptime, and you won't have full uptime. TF doesn't help too much, because he doesn't really need to skill more often. And so his best set is going to be Gilded Dreams, because the self-overloads are actually... Building EM isn't as good as building attack, but his set options that give him attack, damage, or crit are dog shit, and Gilded gives him a lot more stats overall. So from what I've looked at, his best set will be Gilded, second best set will be Echoes, which is fucking crazy, but yeah, Echoes. Third best set, TF. But he effectively doesn't have a good set. And if he gets a set bonus that actually does something for him, the team DPS goes up by like 10, 15k. So he could actually properly join the 100k club with a new set bonus. Would he beat Chlorine with a new set bonus? I will neither confirm nor deny. I think it's better if I keep my mouth shut. His best team is gonna be with Durin in this last slot. You'll be able to use other witch characters, but he doesn't have great synergy with anyone other than Durin or Fischl. So it's generally one of the two. You'll technically be able to do stuff with Albedo, like Shilonen, Albedo, Farina, something like this. It works. But it's not ideal. You can do Bennett as well. It works, but it's not ideal. It is what it is. I wonder if there's ever a world where you do Sucrose. Because one of the nice things about Razor is that his skill applies 2 units of Electro rather than 1, which means that the Electro stays on the enemy for longer after his skill, so it'll be easier to get VV setups with him. Alright, obviously this enemy has infinite Hydro, but just for the case of... What? I'm an idiot. Just for the purposes of showing that the Electro is staying long enough, it'll work. Alright. So you can do something like, and even if you're slow, you can still get your Electro Swirl. So maybe you could do something like... But I don't know about this one, honestly. Not quite as convinced about it. But unlike in live version, post-buff Razor is actually going to be good enough that gimmick teams like this won't be unable to clear, like, at least Spiral Abyss level content. So, honestly, I'm excited. Razor has one of the kits that's the coolest from 1.0. Just conceptually. But his numbers are just really bad. So you don't get to really appreciate that. I think Razor might actually be the coolest 1.0 carry in terms of kit. The way that, like, everything ends up working together. Alright, he's probably the only 1.0 carry that feels properly cohesive. Maybe Nang too, but meh. And so I'm really excited to see him not suck complete ass. In any case, that's gonna be it for today. I hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed. Honestly, I probably missed a couple things because there are so many changes because of the buffs, right? Because it's not just Razor that's getting buffed, it's also a lot of his potential teammates. So just keep in mind that I probably did miss a couple things. You know, don't be too mean if I did, please and thank you. But yeah, hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two, and I will see you guys on the next one. Bye, YouTube. All right, chat. Yeah, someone in chat talked about Inefa, and I'm kind of curious how Inefa would do. Because you do get to use Sky with Inefa, which is a pretty good set as well, right? But also, Razor's buff is to his crit value, which means that it also increases his lunar charge damage. Wait, you might be fucking cooking, actually. Wait a second. So what team would you do? Right, you do... I don't know if you want to do Aino. I feel like you want to use Yehuda instead. Right, because you need a witch. You want Inefa. I don't have Inefa, so we'll use a placeholder. So you need one Gleamer and one witch. Right? If you go Aino, you can go Sucrose. I guess it's probably Sucrose, yeah. Like, it's probably either Sucrose, Aino, or... Sucrose, Aino, or... Yehuda Mona, right? So, Razor, Inefa, Sucrose, Aino. Durin instead of Sucrose. You could, yeah. I think you're actually right. It should be Durin. That's true. Should definitely be Durin, yeah. Okay. So, Razor, 234, 510. And you'd have Sky, Serenade, Noblesse, TOM, I guess. Why I know here? So that we can use Sky. You need a Hydro unit that isn't complete dog shit in this team. And all of them are complete dog shit. And I know at least enables the set bonus. I think Durin steals Hydro Aura with Aino. You don't need Hydro Aura good on good uptime. Alright, like, it'll be similar to what happens with Mawika. I should be able to show this on the other account. Like, your like pseudo-permanent aura is gonna be Electro. But your Pyro and your Hydro are hitting at around the same frequency. Right? So you have, if Pyro hits first, you trigger Overload, you reapply Electro, then Hydro hits, triggers Electro Charge. And then the next Pyro hit will Vape, and then Hydro will hit again, trigger or Lunar Charge, sorry. And if Hydro hits first, you just start triggering a Lunar Charge already. So basically, instead of Lunar Charge doing damage every 2 seconds, it'll do damage every time Ino applies Hydro, which is 2.1 seconds. It's basically still full uptime, right? Now, during setup, you might not get some, because... let's look at it on Hera. So, Flynn's, Ino, Mawika, right? And we just look at the... Actually, let's have Flynn's Fischl. And not enter Flynn's, like, stance. That way we can actually see what happens with the only Lunar Charge number being the ones from the reaction. Right, we won't have anything else doing Lunar Charge damage, so you'll get to see how reliable they are. Alright, so we get Lunar Charge, we get Lunar Charge. Alright, we get Lunar... Oh, I don't have enough Electro. My Fischl expired. Right. Obviously. I need enough Electro. Okay, you know what? Let's just fucking use Ineffa, whatever. Just remember that half of the Lunar Charge numbers that are going to show up are Ineffa's passive. Right? But one of these is a Lunar Charge itself, the other one is Ineffa. But you can see there's two, right? There's always two. We missed one here because the timing was a little off. You basically end up missing like 1 over your whole rotation, right? Actually, the reason we missed might have been because of the too slow Electro, which wouldn't have happened if we had an Electro on fielder. C6 I know helps. There's that too. Anyways, yeah, this is gonna be Serpent Spine. Ineffa doesn't burst in this team, I think. Takes too long. So, Deathmatch. Durin, Wolfang, I know Fav. Shovel, we could do Shovel too. It's basically the same. Attack percent. This is probably a team that goes Attack Goblet, right? So 46.6 times 2. TOM, Noblesse, Substats. Should be it. We're gonna have Physical and Electro, and that's it. EM multiplier Lunar Charge, EM multiplier Overload. Effective attack, Physical. Effective attack, Electro. Lunar Charge proc, Overload proc. Motion value, Physical. Motion value, Electro. Number Lunar Charge, number Overload. Oh yeah, I need Vape too. I'll just use this one for Durin though. It's fine. We never have more than 2 types, right? Ineffa is just Electro damage and Lunar Charge damage. Durin is Vape and Unvaped. Razor is Electro and Physical. Yeah, okay. Damage Physical, damage Electro, damage Lunar Charge, damage Overload, damage, time, DPS. Okay. How many attacks would you get in a team like this? I need to go back to the other account. I think you might get more than in the Bennett version. Because Bennett animations... No, Bennett animations are about the same as I know, so it's probably a similar amount, actually. Hmm. But yeah, so... the amount of time required for the setup, we're going to pretend like Fischl is Inefa. We're going to pretend like Durin is Mawika. We're going to pretend... Actually, we don't need to pretend. We're going to pretend like I know is doing something. How's that? What am I doing? So, if we start our setup at, like, 55... it's basically... yeah, I think we just do that. We do, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, E. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, E. Yeah. And that's basically 20 seconds. So... motion value... physical will be 7, 4, 4. Motion value electro will be 398 times 3, 150 times 2, 51% of this. 320, 200, and 1 holdy, 590. Right? Should be it. Number of lunar charges we'll figure out later. Okay. Damage percent physical. How much do we get? We get 30% from spine. Wait. And 30% from the thingy. Is that it? Oh, okay. It is not an attack goblet angle. Right. We have, like, no damage percent. Yeah, I guess it's kind of cooked how little damage percent you have, huh? Oh, well. Oh, well. We also have 10% from C1, I guess. Electro damage, we don't have the physical, but we have 46.6 from Goblet. Yeah, Razor is physical ascension. Crit value 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 27.6 times 2, 70, 5, 60. EM. Base stats, I know. Sky. Serenade. EM multiplier lunar charge. 1.14 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus I know C6. Overload. Oh. Plus 1 plus I know C6 is 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. Effective attack physical. Total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Electro. Lunar charge proc is 2604 times crit multiplier times EM multiplier. Okay. Number of lunar charges. Honestly, he's gonna have the highest procs, I think. So we go 7, probably. Damage physical is effective attack physical times motion value physical times 190 divided by 360 times 0.9. Damage electro times 1.125. Damage lunar charge yeah, that's not very good. Okay. That kind of sucks ass, actually. $30K personal DPS. Yeah, that's pretty bad, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Yahoda is better there. I mean, yeah, you're right. She is. What about the rest of the team? 330, 454. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. 24. Damage percent. None. Crit value. 98.4. Wait, I forgot the 20% lunar charge damage from the set bonuses. Don't have this, don't have this, don't have this, don't have this. 36.8 times 2. EM. Substats. No I know. No Sky. Serenade. No I know C6. Effective attack. And the lunar charge effective attack. Lunar charge proc. Motion value. 146.9. $163.2 times 10. What about Inefa ZM buff? We don't burst on Inefa here. Then 65 times 3 times 10. Number of lunar charges, 7 divided by 2. Probably get one more. Yeah. Number of overloads, 0. Damage. It's this. Then this. And Durbin, 347, 510. Oh, forgot the attack goblet on Inefa. Oopsie. Don't have this. We have the rest. Yep. Damage percent. We have 46.6. Wolf Fang. Noblesse. That's it. Crit value. Wolf Fang. EM. Yeah. Yeah, multiplier vape. Overload. Effective attack, vape. Non-vape. Motion value. And a 20-second rotation. 179.5 plus 1 plus minimum 25 total attack divided by 100 times 1% of 161.8, 131.2, 144.4, and 176.9 times 18. That's the total amount. Out of those, how many are getting vaped? Probably 7, I'd say. Yeah, 7. Then for this one, we don't have this. We don't have this. And we have 12. Times 1.5 because of the vape. Okay. Number of overloads. Should be a reliable 10 or 11. And then... Yeah. 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 And then I know damage is basically going to be nothing. About 80k when you include I know. Yeah, that's pretty... I think that is better than Inephilis Flynn's. Yeah. It's close. Actually, no, probably not with the buffs. Right? Oh, well. It is what it is. Yeah, this isn't that good. You just don't get enough stats on Razor. Yeah, okay. It is what it is. No. It does not matter that much. As long as you're over 3K, it doesn't matter that much. Anyways, chat, I think that's gonna be it for today. I have a video to post though. Nefer post release. Tomorrow we'll talk about the banners, right? We'll do the banner review. Today, go watch the Nefer video, the Nefer post release. As usual, if you can find it through YouTube. It helps more with the algorithm, but if you're too lazy, I understand. The video has been posted.